やはーい。いえ。 Onekohayo, everyone. How are you doing today? I'm here. You're here. We're all here. We're gonna play the video game. It's gonna be the Final Fantasy of the 14s. And that's there's a new manatee minion. Is it colorful? Yep, that's a colorful manatee, all right. Oh, the hue manatee. I don't care enough to do the gate that just got recruiting. I have 7 million MGP and nothing to spend it on. I could be capped if I tried harder. Wow, I got 119 MGP for all 3 of my scratch cards. Okay, I didn't actually check where anything starts. I'm just going to teleport around and find it. Okay, not here. Thought process says actually one of these should be at Radzaton. Darlian? I figured that one. Okay, it is here. Yeah, because this is where all of the Yes, I know I took the wrong path. Shallow Moore has an odd job for an enterprising adventurer. If it isn't Oneko, come seeking work to keep your hands busy, well, you're in luck. For a client of ours specifically requested you for a little odd job. A Makote lass who seems to know you, in fact. Ah, you're dying to know who it is, I see. Her name is Yanazka, a gleaner. Does the name ring a bell? I suppose there's no need to ponder. There she is. Why are you eating rock? Delicious minerals. Nazca, now's not the time to indulge your adventurous palate. The man you requested is here. My apologies, I happened upon a new ingredient for sale and simply had to test its flavor. That is a rock. The one and only Oneko, I take it. 'Tis a pleasure to finally meet you. Thank you for keeping watch over my older sister. Stola can be quite the handful. You're not just the same tribe. You're Yanazka rule? I understand even Mitra has relied upon your aid. Her respect isn't won easily, so imagine my surprise when she began singing your praises. When I had cause to seek out a skilled adventurer, I knew it had to be you. If my family can entrust you with where the non-elves eat the salt, can entrust you with matters of earth-shaking import, then who better to seek for a little odd job? If you have no objections, I would start right away. Now, will you journey into the pages of ancient folklore with me? I suppose that is an odd request to give without explanation, isn't it? Allow me to elucidate. You see, I'm a gleaner who specializes in recovering all manner of documents and manuscripts. Until but recently, I studied under my father and mentor, Yarul Noon. I really still don't know how to pronounce that. Unfortunately, he succumbed to disease while on a mission in a distant land. It was a terrible loss for us all. Forgive me, it was not my intent to sour the mood. I was with him when he passed, so for a blessing I was able to say my farewells. That being suddenly left alone in an unfamiliar land was difficult, to say the least. Luckily, my sisters were there to support me through the hardest times. As was my father, in his way. He left me a keepsake, which happens to be at the heart of my request. The illuminated manuscript that bears a treacherous enchantment. It can draw the reader's mind into its pages. Needless to say, such a rare tome is notorious among collectors of unique and dangerous documents. Well, it may seem a strange gift. I know my father gave it to me for a reason. And although it may be a risky endeavor, I must read its every page to find out why. Now, I hope you understand the reason I requested your company. But you keep me safe while I explore this world of fiction. I've always wanted to be part of a storybook. I knew you wouldn't turn down an adventure, especially to a land few have laid eyes upon. As you might imagine, such a book must be kept safe and away from prying eyes, so I've left it in safekeeping at the Gleaner's Lodging in Journey's End. I shall await you there when you're ready. What an odd request, eh? But I'm sure you've received honor. Go on now, and best of luck. Now comes the part where I debate how I want to do this. Also, don't mind the guild leave that hasn't been turned in. I found that the other one of that tier is pretty good for making money, and I did that. I've grabbed that one just so I have only one option there that I don't have to pick from. Thank you for coming, Oneko. This is Fergheim, and she manages our lodgings here. I'd trust her with my life. Fergheim, 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 fair game. I was skeptical when Nazca was set on recruiting the realm's foremost hero, but here you are. I reckon no one else could keep up with her boundless curiosity. It's gotten her into trouble more than once, but it's also made her into a talented gleaner in her own right. You see, where most would hesitate to eat something upon first sight, Nazca will gladly gulp, slurp, or chomp it down, all in the name of knowledge. Or so she claims. Honestly, I think she just has pica. Yes, sir, I am very thorough, but enough about me. Surely you're curious about the book. It's entitled The Merchant's Tale, and it is a well-known fable passed down in Corvos, located in southern Ilsabard. The protagonist is a shrewd young merchant, and the story describes his journey to find the perfect gift to win the heart of a young maiden. However, over generations, countless versions of the tale have been passed down and retold. I can't say for certain how this particular manuscript ends. We've no choice but to read the entire thing ourselves, a feat made quite daunting by the enchantment imbued within its pages. I can't help but be reminded of my father's words before he passed. He gave the book to me and said, "After reading the final passage, you will come to an understanding. You shall see what is needed most to travel the path before you." This is a trial of sorts, of that I'm certain. A test from mentor to pupil, from father to daughter, and I intend to rise to the occasion. I haven't a clue what will happen when we give ourselves over to the magics dwelling within the book, but with you by my side, I am not afraid. So let us begin, and reveal the secrets bound within the covers of the Merchant's Tale. I see I have been put into a new zone. Into the world of the Merchant's Tale we go. You've come again, peddler, but why? You know I cannot return the affection you bear for me. Pray accept this truth and move on. 'Tis And you are? Joy is not meant for one such as me. My fate is to remain here alone with only my sorrow for company. Seems she's following a script. I see. We've become characters in the narrative, and perhaps by acting as the characters should, we can advance the plot forward. Bits and pieces are coming to me. I must be the protagonist, the shrewd young merchant. Next is the scene where I propose to the enchanting maiden who has captured my heart. I say... Pray perish such desolate thoughts, my dear beloved. You deserve the utmost happiness, and I shall give it to you. If you would prove your words and ardor true, then bring me an object of worth immeasurable. An object of value so great that it may fill the void within my heart. Do that, and I can rest assured that your intentions are pure. If you wish it, then it shall be done. Even if I must scour the ends of heaven and earth, I swear I shall return with what you desire. Then I shall pray for your safe return. And thus the tale moves forward. Apparently now the merchant, together with his skilled and trusted bodyguard, set forth in search of priceless treasure. Does the story say they're dressed as the Greed Ranger? Not the main character? I'm terribly sorry about that, Oneko, but it seems the magics of the book have made their choice. Nevertheless, I'm heartened to have the stoutest arm in Corvos by my side. We'll see wonders together, of that I'm certain. The maid ignores you. It seems her dialogue for this portion of the tale has been exhausted. Functional bed. Let's find out. Yes! Which I assume means functional chair? Yep. An object of worth immeasurable. What sort of treasure could that be? Whatever it is, it must be the key to unlocking the story's conclusion. It seems at this point in the narrative, the merchant is in the dark about it, so we've no choice but to read further. Seeing as the answer would logically be within the tale itself, perhaps there is a clue in this very room. Why don't we give it a closer look first? The room isn't very large, all things considered. Does anything catch your eye? Though the maiden appears to be unaware of its presence, there is some manner of sigil carved here upon the wall. Same design adorns the cover of the book. In fact, I can sense energy flowing outward from it. Likely it will bring us back to the real world. Character in the tale itself. The story says she has no family and drifted into the city but several years ago. While many suitors have been entranced by her beauty and grace, she has turned down every one. None know where she came from or why she lives alone, and when asked about herself, she offers but a sad smile in return. This mystery seems only to deepen her allure. It's made from the traditional porcelain found in Corvos, marked by its vivid blue coloring. The material is still popular in the region. According to a book I read some time ago, Corvosi tea is brewed strong and served with heaps of sugar. Polite custom is to offer tea to guests and enjoy a leisurely chat over a cup. Such face-to-face interactions are a cherished part of daily life in Corvos. In a room with so much blue and white, the carpet does stand out, doesn't it? Pattern seems to be sea-made, and upon closer look, it appears more worn than other furniture. I suspect it has been a well-loved centerpiece over the years. Are you ready to go on? Of course, if there's anything else you would look at, simply say the word. I think I saw something else. I mentioned that because it gave me the option to go back there and... You. I could examine you. Are you set off? Yeah, I guess. Well said. What twists and turns await us, I wonder. Cannot wait to find out. Although we've set foot in a work of fiction, it appears to be set in a time in Corvus before Garlean rule. Sights lost to history might await us. And perhaps deadly beasts too. But with you here, I needn't fear fang nor claw. Let us be off then. It appears we can leave from the door over there. So, variant dungeons are very different from normal dungeons in several important ways. In that they have multiple endings. And they're actually kind of a puzzle. And I think I would rather go it solo and try to puzzle out the true ending. Because I'm sure there's already ending guides. We should be provided immediately with a split in the road. Fruit this year may be the juiciest yet. Yep, immediate three-way split, and she will choose one of the directions. Okay, she wants to go straight towards the gate, the Great Gate. You get more rewards if you go along with the NPC. Among the many paths before him, the merchant approached the gate. Brilliant blue, have you ever seen such a gate? Hold on, I need to brush up against the NPCs, see if they have a dialogue bubble. Oneko, look, that woman is under attack. Hold on, okay, you guys don't have a dialogue bubble? What about you? I don't recall there being so many stairs when I was a lad. Okay, nothing from you. Curses. They're in the city? Listen to what we're saying, hand it over. A storybook. We've seen the arrow for us, just spare our lives. You're alright. I think they would be so bold. You saved my life, truly. Those thieves but recently began to infest the valley to the north. Thieves? The classic antagonist. Shall we travel to the northern valley, Oneko? As insufferable as thieves are, they often hoard treasure. May priceless riches await. Okay, the NPC left. The merchant and his bodyguard set forth into the deep valley, which hold even deeper secrets. What a strange feeling. Whenever I draw near the rocks, the fur on my tail stands on end. What could be causing that? Thieves? Hold on a second. Let me just check real quick. Open sesame. Nope. You know, just have to be thorough considering we're, Aladdin Baba and the 40 Thievesing this shit. You know, I've never actually read the story, but from what I've actually heard, Alibaba did not have 40 thieves. He ripped off 40 thieves. Real fake stools. Bandit missive. This is probably important. I'll deal with it once I'm not, you know, fighting things. Okay. We nabbed some geezer from... I'm going to actually write things down. We nabbed some geezer from the town and made him spill his guts. It's just like you said, boss. Deep in this canyon, there's some hidden place that hardly a soul knows about. Weird spacing. I reckon we'll find treasure the likes we've never dreamed of. Me and a few of the lads went to get eyes on it, but we stepped right into the nest of some monstrous... Can I please spell? Bird. Barely made it out with our lives. We've... Can I also please read words that are actually on the screen? Grounged together every weapon and bomb we could, and we're standing by until you say the word. After we've cut and blasted our way through will be richer than king. And this is Bandit Missive. And it's on the middle path. It's trampling the flowers. The sight did not perturb the bodyguard, who stood steadfast and dauntless. Where have I seen this before? Careful, it appears to be in a foul mood. Fear of sand. Orb. Under the orb. What the orb doing? Big orb. Do I want to... Okay. Sandburst make orb explode. Small orb explode small. Vanishing Mist. I do not like the... Okay, I need to... I understand, I think, what's going on. Okay, so it has hit the Invisorb. Yep. Oh, you bastard. There you are. Reckon we'd sit back licking our wounds? Time for payback. You'll regret crossing us. Oh, what's that shaking? Run! This revenge ain't worth dying for! Run out of eyeshot. I suppose every story needs its petty villains. That's a cone. Orb go bye-bye. 1. Up to who? A 3. The bird was laid low. The path ahead was treacherous still. A lot of good invisibility did the beast. I didn't finish reading that. Watch your step. What could those adorable creatures be? So I haven't really been given many choices yet, though I think a choice is here. Have we here mushrooms? Divine flavor, I scarcely need to chew, and the aroma overwhelms the senses. Don't eat strange mushrooms. On one side, tantalizing mushrooms. On the other, floating rocks. Okay. Choice. Let the mushrooms guide us true. Floating rocks warrant a closer look. Let's go with the mushrooms. You can tell you're curious too. My intuition agrees. Follow the mushrooms. Actually, I'm less intrigued by the mushrooms and more by the torches. Ugh, I can barely move. Very carefully, very carefully. Crystal Schlumbus. Magnetic floor, crystal Schlumbus, unlit torches. Golem. Stone puppet. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take you, Mr. Golem Face, and we're going to go stand near the crystal Schlumbus. We have charged the crystal Schlumbus. Oneko, listen, did you hear a sound just now? A new path. It seems the rocks moved. Were they imbued with some unseen power? Okay, Crystal Shlumbus charged by Golem attack. That is definitely one of the branching paths. Adept's Journal. Middle Mushroom. How many seasons have come and gone since I set foot in this land, where the rules of gravity are mere suggestions? How many times have I swung my sword, each flourish bringing me one step closer to mastering the unyielding blade, honing the ether within my weapon to a fine edge. Yet even as my body is consumed by by training, not my training, my mind turns only to my dear friend, bound still to the sea. To destroy the vile thing which threatens her and hers, my blade work must be without equal. When I have reached the heights, I shall come for you. I will stand upon those shores of our home once more and cry out, I am returned. That is probably important. One of the steps for the true ending is probably to stand on the shore and cry and shout, yell, say, I am returned. These variant dungeons have a true ending. Okay, Ferocious Pharaoh Beast. It is definitely hitting the torches, but the torches. Okay, so you leash. But the torches are also only along that path, and there was no entorching. Okay. In the valley's most remote reaches, they face their deadliest challenge yet. Bang of the Lion, the Lone Swordmaster. Pick up your weapon and I pray you can provide some measure of entertainment before you die. From where shall death take you? I shall grant you mercy of foresight. Blades of Ether, don't let them pierce you. Show your hull. Nope, the exact opposite of show your hull. You truly believe you can run from me? It'll be hard when I'm being now doing a 2-1 dodge, but sure. Death comes from all directions. Okay, now 2 pull. Nope. Ah! So you have to be in your correct quadrant here. Such insightful first fight commentary. Oh, that is big left. Surely there is at least something I would want to be lifted for. Shit. Oh, Not my dumbass forgetting that it's not show your hole at the very last moment. Literally any direction but that. At least now we know the mechanics. Okay, now it's double direction time. I bet in like the Savage one, you need to intercept someone else's. Okay, now we've only got the one, so let's just not, you know, be dumb. So I assume she only has the magnetism ability because I activated those crystals. The boss abilities change based on the actions you took in the dungeon, too. It was like seeing two artists at work. My jaw was clenched the whole time, but in the end you proved mightier. I'm still pounding. Wait, is this... Or it's a Swordmaster's blade! The edge is flawless, and the decoration's exquisite. I must say I certainly couldn't measure the value of this. Could you? No, I believe that... No, this... As we both have all our limbs, I would say this was a success. Oh, we got the parasol. The beloved weapon of a proud swordmaster. The engravings are singular in beauty, and the blade unmatched in keenness. Yet even the sharpest sword cannot cut away the sadness which engulfs my heart. Sell this treasure and gain your fortune. Pray forget about me and seek happiness elsewhere. They have reached the end of the merchant's tale. Unfortunately, the fair maiden was unmoved by the treasure she received. Surely what she desires is somewhere within the pages, probably. Generally, you need to perform some proper ritual. One of the correct apology to something. There are 9 bad ends and 1 good end. Well, 9 not as... They're not really bad ends, they're just not the good end. Seems we've witnessed the story's finale. Thank you, Oneko, for your stalwart companionship. Welcome back. You two look none the worse for wear. Well, thanks to Oneko here, we face beasts the likes of which I've only imagined, but he trounced each and every one. That was quite the singular experience, wasn't it? I'm aware some parts were embellished for the sake of the story, but to experience Corvos as it once was, truly 'twas a treasure unto itself. Corvos brings to mind rich greenery and clear seas. I was so surprised to traverse such a treacherous valley, yet those mushrooms we found were delicious enough to risk life and limb all over again. And the swordsmaster was a most fearsome foe. I had heard practitioners of the unyielding blade were wiped out by the Garleans, and every page of their teachings burned to ash. See such swordplay firsthand was truly awe-inspiring. Fortunately, the hard-won weapon did little to placate the poor maiden's sadness, yet perhaps there is a different outcome to be found among the book's pages. Each route has different parts of the puzzle. We might have reached the end of the tale, yet I have a feeling it was but one of many. My curiosity as a gleaner alone compels me to explore the book's pages further, and I'm also determined to discover the meaning of my father's parting words. So I intend to pore over the pages again and again until I know its every twist and turn by heart. However, I wouldn't dare brave the journey alone. I understand you're a busy man, but I would be grateful for your help whenever you have the time. You have no idea how happy that makes me. Well then, I look forward to our next adventure. Merchant's Tale shall remain here in safekeeping. If you wish to pursue its pages, you need only ask. Oh, of course, I forgot to mention anything about your reward. Since the guild ship handled the request, you can speak to Shallowmore to receive it. Now, I shall take my leave. I hope to see you again sooner rather than later, Oneko. We also probably picked an advanced ending on the middle path. Because a puzzle was figuring out that you could activate those crystals. Take it Yunazka's job was wrapped up without a hitch? So she wasn't exaggerating. You actually went inside the book. Shouldn't have put it past your rule known to have such a wondrous tome in his collection. Well, it's no surprise. I commend you for getting her safely to its final page. She chose well. Unless your obligation to us has come to an end, however, I'm certain such a rare book holds interesting allure. Why, I reckon you're thinking about leaping back into its pages right this moment. Pervosi folklore record unlocked. And Pervosi potsherd exchange. Nice. Fair enough. They're both... Well, that's not their outfit. I mean, that's not his outfit. But I mean her outfit. But the other one is definitely the maiden's outfit. New triple triad NPC. Oh, you astonishing sights, bulgers drifted up. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Truly, I've seen not else like it. A singular place in the valley's depths, we face an equally singular foe. A lone swordswoman. She struck as soon as we approached her, as if she had been long awaiting a worthy opponent. In the Near East, a bow is customary greeting. Yet, if we had followed polite custom, we would have been cut down in an instant. Okay, so that is either involving bowing or not bowing. Also, there are 13 endings, not 10. Okay, triple triad challenge. 2 cards. Oh, roulette. Okay, so they have the Rook card. And apparently the Genie of the Lamp card. Chaos. Chaos, chaos. You unlock anything yet, Delta?
Ah! Not yet. He startled me. I'm doing the quest line for the Alliance raid.
I figured as much. I'm playing Triple Triad.
Oh, look over here.
Ring says hi.
Knock, it's dangerous. What?
I said Ring says hi.
Ow. Hi. Don't knock knock. It's dangerous. Let your big sister take the lead. Wow. Look at what Conic move. Anak, are you down there? I'm coming. Anak, answer me. No.
Just send me a tell when you're
Mm-hmm.
unlocked for the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we probably don't have enough time to do another run of it before Delta unlocks the final one. So we're going to go and we're going to start Hildebrand. which is also why I dipped out of his voice chat, because I'm going to have to be reading quest text again. A need for speed. Hard-boiled casts a resolute shadow beneath the unrelenting glare of True View's neon illumination. Oneko, I was hoping you'd drop by. Took a bit of doing, but I was able to widen the crack I made in that storage device and yank out a couple new scraps of data. The first file just so happened to be a record of Carnelian's procedure. Seems the bastard's soul was poured into one of those plot-type monsters. They've got an annoying talent for mimicking shapes and faces, which is exactly what Carnelian took advantage of when he tricked us with his fake Kameka. Never fear, Inspector Hildebrand is here. The other file I pulled had details on yet another monster-fied criminal. This mook was, Nashu Wave Soil. This mook was nabbed for repeated vehicular violations, riding his air wheeler too fast, making reckless maneuvers, endangering others, that sort of thing. According to the data, he's running around in the body of a cactard now. Judging by what we've seen of that researcher schemes, he'll have dispatched that prickly speed demon somewhere outside the dome. Where? Rejoice, my good detective, for I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, come bearing the very direction you seek. Have it straight from the mouth of the real Kameka that an ambulatory cactus piloting a flying contraption was supposedly observed streaking through the sky on a southerly bearing. Alas, despite hastening to confirm the sighting, our intrepid sheriff arrived too late to see the needle-covered individual in question. The report was summarily dismissed as fanciful imaginings of inebriated townsfolk. The insistent chirp of veteran instincts nevertheless impelled me to investigate. Thus did my faithful assistant and I venture further south to question the colorful crowds of Tuliolol. Yes, there to find sober witnesses eager to tell of an airborne succulent. They said it was moving at an incredible pace, illustrated a vehicle like the ones the mechanical invaders had ridden. It was last seen zipping past a dirigible before vanishing into the clouds to the south. Alexandria's soldiers ride on air-wheelers, so unless there's another flying cactar out there, I think we have our man. Good work. Almost too good, in fact. Over there. This is the new case I spy. Hardly had to bait the hook. They're the real deal, all right. Although, come to think of it, I don't know why anyone would bother impersonating either of them to begin with. You know, I was kind of going to say, I was like, no, they immediately jumped on that. Like, that was... You didn't even have to try, and yet... No, that... But no, that was legitimately what he was checking. Was I able to use the stupidest, least effective bait possible and it still work on them? And it did. So, yep, that's them, all right. At least the lead seems solid enough. But if we're serious about catching this guy, we need an air-wheeler of our own. Come on, there's a shop nearby that does custom jobs. I mean, I have one. I'm not going... Seriously, if I can custom job my ride, I will take it, please. You can't just taunt us with these custom air-wheelers and not let us have them. Oh, I could go for a nice bowl of custard. What? Did he say they do custard jobs? Okay, never mind. Now I see why she said that. This is the place. I used to be a regular here. I ain't been back in a while. Let's see if they still remember me. Well, well, look who the wind blew in. Monum, I've come for my steed. That better old scrap heap? It's been rusting on my garage floor so long, I doubt it can manage a slow trot, let alone a gallop. Happy to give it a tune-up if you've credits to burn, but you'll need to supply some parts. A new high-voltage battery and superconductor coil at a minimum. Chronometer's ticking. I'll see if I can't get my hands on a battery, but can I ask you to track down the coil? These soft-boiled dopes wouldn't know a suspension spring from an anti-gravity gimbal, but you, I can trust to find the right part without cracking under the pressure. I'm on it, detective. Hardabot seems desperate to get his air-wheeler up and running, so I'll give you a tip. You want to call quick like, then salvaging the rides of defective sentries is your best bet. I'll even lend you this handy gadget to help you out. Set off the distress signal on the west side of Old Alexandria, and you'll soon have some murderous mechanical company to dismantle for parts. I'll take these two along with me on the battery hunt. Good luck out there. Originally employed to request reinforcements, this modified beacon emits a distress signal coded to attract the attention of defective sentry. Man, like they had a brief moment where they were like, yeah, here, have funny key item descriptions again. And then they stopped. One sentry dispatched. Well, get your hands on a coil. And essentially a wheeler part salvaged from a military-grade vehicle. Alright, that should do the trick. Now, where did your mates run off to? Can't be that hard to find a store what sells batteries. You should probably head over to the Nexus Arcade, see what's keeping them. No, not the Arcadion, the Nexus Arcade. Oneko, any trouble picking up that coil? Nothing you couldn't handle, I'll wager. Hi, how are you? I'm doing great. How about you? Thank you for the head pats. As with the battery, I bought one easily enough. The problem was convincing the inspector and his gal to stick around after he caught whiffs of a tantalizing familiarity. Long story short, they wandered off and haven't come back. Suppose we ought to go look for them, eh? What shenanigans have they gotten up to? Oh, hey, look, I forgot to be looking for Cheese Boy. One of the gentle dead men. Is that a corpse? A smiling corpse? You needn't fret, detective. This dapper zombie is an old acquaintance of mine. Allow me to introduce myself, good sir. I am a proud member of the Gentle Dead Men and disciple of Master Zombabrand. I have been on the road, hi, Sal, seeking out new recruits for our merry, moldering band. Said search is what brought me here, and into the midst... I understand that, but they went back on that, at least for now. Amidst this unexpected, yet most welcome reunion. I don't usually hold with necromancy, but he seems harmless enough. So if you're done catching up, we got a case to work on. In actual fact, our conversation was almost entirely case-adjacent. Employing his nose for festering fellows, this gentle zombie traced the stench of necromantic decay to the very facility in which I once slumbered. Yes, I became fast friends with one of the reanimated researchers there. Yes, I became fast friends with one of the reanimated researchers there. During the process of getting to know each other, he spoke briefly of the only person left alive after the incident. According to my new charnel chum, all the lab workers perished when an accident resulted in the leakage of a highly toxic substance. All that is, save a single man who habitually wore a protective gas mask. Kashkayi is his name. He was second in charge after the overseer himself, yet disdained by his peers as a condescending know-it-all. They did, however, grudgingly recognize his passion for his work. Even after devoting a full day to official experiments, he would pour his remaining time and energy into some mysterious side project. And he was the sole surviving researcher, you say? Sounds like we finally have a name for our mastermind. Courtesy of the shambling undead, no less. No matter how many years I do this job. Well, thanks for that. Glad to be of service. Now, if you'll excuse me, my new recruit and I have a cafe tour planned. So, that fellow's an honest-to-God's walking corpse, huh? I've met weird folks in my line of work, but you always keep company with such oddballs. That was out of line. It's just... I reckon there are forces in this world you're better off not messing with. Anyway, let me take these parts back to Monam and get my wheeler repaired. Shouldn't take too long. I'll ride him back and make sure he's running smoothly, and you see the magnificent beast in all his glory. But yeah, hopefully either the idea completely falls through, which I doubt, or the alternatives get their shit in gear. Hello, Cheese Lalafell. Our gentle zombie friend was as reanimated as ever. Detective Ardabold seems somewhat nervous. Excited to reclaim his pride and joy, perhaps? Oh, damn, you got the gun model. Dude, I want the souped up mode. Please, let me get the souped up kind. Car, would you look at that? What do you think, Oneko? I call him Night Stallion. It's a custom job built for yours truly and has far too much horsepower for the average mook to handle. Horsepower. Horsepower. Anti-gravity capabilities are standard, but when it comes to ground speed, he's been tweaked to achieve the highest possible performance. The trick is to install quick-heating motor coils. But won't the increased heat compromise the magnetic field's integrity? Yes, well, that's a valid concern. Hotter drivetrain corresponds completely differently when you open up the throttle and... You, get those filthy hands off my ride. I merely thought to enhance your beloved steed with a touch of Salamanderville. If you've had this amazing machine this whole time, why haven't you been riding it until now? Ah, so fresh-faced and innocent, the spitting image of my assistant. I'll never forget the day I hung up my spurs. It was right after I caught Carnelian. I'd been simmering in the thought of vengeance, fit to burst my shell at any moment. Power slide! The big house is too good for the likes of the Crime King. See you in hell, your majesty. Should have pulled the trigger when you had the chance. You've gone soft, hard-boiled. This flashback exceeds the legal length. Laced with illicit embellishments, no doubt. Stick to the facts. I love Hildebrand Quest so much. That got the chase. To the chase, my assistant was avenged. Slinging the crime king into the slammer took me off the boil, and riding cold just ain't my style. And now that Carnelian's on the streets again, it's time for me to get back in the saddle. They were saying that cactuar punk flew over Tule whatever, then blew past a dirigible. I was way south, right? What kind of territory are we looking at? Lots of big trees, are there? Then let's make this Yachtel's dirigible landing our starting point. I'll take Night Stallion and meet you there. The facial expressions are always just a treat. I wish I had a shiny air-wheeler like the detective. I'd finally be able to keep up with the inspector. Meteor rights and meteor wrongs. Hildebrand is eager to take to the air. Right, we shall find our way to this cocktailed dirigible landing. See you there. I'm pretty sure it was Yak's tail, Inspector. It's Yachtel, both of you. I did in fact get gnomed. Yep. Yep. You're cute. Man, I've been beaten at my own game. Okay, can we find the cheese boy? Is the cheese boy present? Can you even go in that? No. Where hides the cheese Lalafell? If he hides at all, that is. Perhaps he has not made it here yet. Sailing through the air is a lovely way to travel. That was my first time aboard a dirigible. It is not so different from an airship, if said airship had jettisoned its own means of propulsion. Oh, you made it. Even this jaded old gumshoe had to appreciate the view coming in over the treetops. Anyway, I talked to the locals while waiting for you lot to arrive, and one fella had seen Mr. Cactuar flying down to the lower forests. I'm told the biggest place out there is a settlement called Mamuk. So that'll be our next destination. Let's head over there, walk the streets, ask some questions, you know, the usual. Very good, detective, but what's become of your wondrous wheeler? Night stallion would draw more attention than I'd like. I'll use the autopilot function to call him if need. If I call him if I need him. Otherwise, I'll make do with my own 2 feet. Core, it's awfully dark in here beneath the canopy. Such a dense proliferation of forest giants. I'm reminded of the 12's wood. Heck. That must be Mamuk. They build things different down here, huh? But we ain't got time to admire the architecture. Spread out and find someone who's clapped eyes on the cactuar. Yes, I did see an unusual creature riding a strange vehicle through the forest at breakneck speeds. The vehicle's terrible noises what first drew my attention, followed by the incomprehensible yelling of its pilot. At the sight of this posturing man-plant was so absurd I found myself more bemused than frightened. The subject of recent gossip. I crossed paths with the creature myself, and was indeed awed, but the machine it rode upon was the true wonder. He pulled it up alongside me and my Vivre, challenged us to a race, then zoomed off with astounding swiftness. If you're planning to catch that fiend, you'll need an equally miraculous mount. There's Hardboiled talking to someone. He'd be spiky and green and riding a strange flying machine. Now there are Hildy and Nashu. And Cheese Boy has caught up to us. He is pretending to be a bush of the wrong color. That banana peel is almost as sparkly as the inspector was. I slipped on that banana peel and almost went tail over tea kettle. Could this have been a devious trap laid by our quarry? You'll slip and slide on this banana peel. Yes, I've encountered the fiend you describe. The forest has its share of fantastical creatures, but this one was undeniably out of place. I observed it smashing one of the giant meteorites with a club, then racing away with the broken pieces. Make of that what you will. So, what's the rap? The testimonies I gathered were very much the same. There's a cactuar racing around out there. That much can be certain. But if he's making stops to bag meteorite fragments, then this ain't no simple joyride. Talk to me, Oneko. Something about those rocks I ought to know? Some kind of special etheric radiation, eh? Pieced together Kishkai's big plan yet, but he seems real interested in those space stones. Which means we've got a good chance of finding his spiky goon by... You can't just use that word these days, man. By staking out the spots where the meteorites are. If we nab the cactuar, we can make him lead us to the researcher and to Carnelian. When I say us, I mean me and Night Stallion, of course. Once we find him, the rest of you won't be giving chase without an airwheeler. I need no such contrivance. These legs have been conditioned by an intensive chocobo-bearing exercise regimen. Well, good luck to him. Still think he's a weak-willed punk, but I can't deny the uncanny of his body is made of sterner stuff. Let's get on with it then. I hear there's a few good-sized meteorites alongside the road that leads out of town. We'll start near the end and hope the mook puts in an appearance. Okay, Delta unlocked the thing. Who knew meteorites were so big? Or bumpy? Fancy meeting you here. I, too, deduce that this may very well be the scene of our criminal's next crime. That's oddly suspicious of you. Artillery, you got any opinions right now? No? You don't smell cheese anywhere? Not artillery, grapple locked. Is that clumsy elf trying to hide? No wheeler riding cactuar around here. Let's move on. That idiot inspector took off like he had the case all sewn up, but running fast didn't find him any leads, did it? And here I thought he was onto something. That way, Nashu. I think I may be onto something. Is it almost time to eat? If you could endure but a little while longer, Nashu. Is that doll trying to keep out of sight or not? No sign of him here either. On to the next meteorite. I detect a hint of criminality. In that direction. Onward, Nashu. We mustn't let the detective beat us to the punch. Oh, banana. I say, these bananas are really quite good. Travel tacos. I could murder an egg right about now. Look out and stand aside, it's 1,000 needles in your eye. Make way for the unmatchable, uncatchable Spike! Spike. Oh!
Hello.
Hello.
Rawr.
Come on, people, clicky, clicky. They are not clicky. Why is it always the healer who doesn't clicky?
Whatever. That look. Of course.
Well, I have no idea if the queue is about to repop again or not because I'm in a cutscene, so I'm going to continue voice acting the cutscene.
Okay.
This one looks ripe for the smashing. No, they're right there. I'm going to need you to hop off that air wheeler. Huh? Ah, you must be the blowhards I was warned about. Think you can give orders to the succulent speedster? My ride is maxed out with black market mods, and there ain't no one faster. Keep up if you can, slowpokes. Dude, don't you need your big ass club? And if that's the way it's got to be, challenge accepted. To me, Night Stallion, it's time to burn rubber. I was really hoping for like a Eurobeat version of the Hildebrand theme. I'm right behind you. And I'm right behind you, Inspector. Yeah! Damn it, the stallion's at full gallop and I'm still trailing. It's from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged about Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Would seem you require my assistance after all. You caught up to me on foot? Fine, change of plans. Where's my damn python? I'll just tweak the weapon's elemental settings like so. With you steering and me providing the thrust, that fiend will soon learn a harsh lesson. Nothing outruns a fired-up Manderville man. Ah! Are they actually gaining on me? Come on then. I got the needle for speed. And we did it! Victory is ours! Can't believe it. My undefeated record. My legendary win streak. It's over. Yet, feel strangely content.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, this popped as I'm just at the tail end of a long cutscene.
Oh. Someone at the head of whatever they're called, the fish
Namazu.
people. Yeah.
Thank you all for joining me today. It is our day to attend or summon a Tabino Anji as you itadakimasu.
Don't worry about that. There's actually meaning behind anything machines do. It's locked. You need to destroy obstructing consciousness from inside the network. Right, I'll hack the door. You'll infiltrate the network and take down any guards. Nutrient said the ego collective. What? To live, to know loneliness, to live, to know, to live. I'll live as many times as it takes. I'll die as many times as it takes to know. To know.
Welcome to a boss not from Nier Automata, but from the original Nier. Don't be in its mouth, laser.
I should have pressed the dash button,
Now be in
but
the
I
middle.
did not.
Just generally assume if it does one thing, it's next going to do the opposite thing. Paladin just casually attempting to murder half the Alliance. Okay, so as you see, 1.2. Be out of the middle.
Doing.
And now be in the middle. Relative to the two of them.
I see it.
Orbs.
Dodge or destroy.
Dodge.
Did not put up my shield. Dang it.
Be all the way north.
What's that?
You were in basically in the middle. Remember, you also have sprint.
I know. I always forget I can use sprint in the fights.
Be
I always forget
behind,
that I can.
or in front of this block.
Yeah, where everyone else is.
And then we're going to go be in front of a different block. Not that front. This front.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just like throwing up hexadecimal numbers at us. I don't even think that's hex code. I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, 1, 2, and
1, 2,
and 3.
3. I see where 1 is. Just follow where
Middle?
everyone else is, I guess.
Out of middle. And then almost certainly it'll be middle again. Yep. And then orbs. Ooh, orb lasers. And now get all the way north. Now, I do believe they do this with the front and sides mechanic as well. Or the middle and sides mechanic, not front and sides. No, this is just... But I think this one might be with either the middle or sides? Yes. This is bad. Out of middle, dodge orbs.
Nope. I walked into that one right there.
You had 2 jobs, Delta, and you missed both of them.
I know. Where'd that? Hold on. Where did my mouse go? Oh, I just completely lost track of my mouse when I was trying to click the accept revive.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. But he'll probably be dead before it fully resolves or starts to resolve. By the way, this is what the hacking space in Nier Automata looks like.
Mm-hmm.
This power one, Baken is attractive. Here you will experience only Takata. Baken is the other can.
Oh, yay. And both of the gear, I got the casting gear, and that's actually better than the base Pictomancer. They're all, no, I don't want to be alone.
Not an event. There was just a full 24-man raid that was a Nier Automata crossover.
What one should? Does it matter which one I'm attacking or no?
Yeah, you want to be attacking the sword one. Or the spear one.
Oh, I'm dead.
Be in between the two of them. Be at the gap and don't be in the middle line.
So now I got all my paintings repainted. On that. Alright, that's putting up a shield, so... Oh, they both have a shield. Well, this one doesn't anymore.
Yeah, they were too close to each other. Be between them.
Magnet stuff going on, I guess.
Teleportation stuff going on.
Well, I don't. Red and blue makes think of magnets.
Fair enough, yeah, but they were just teleporting.
Why did I?
No, that was a good choice.
What?
Oh, that was actually a better choice than what I did.
No, because I was already close to an edge, but I guess the edge that I went towards ended up being farther than the edge I was originally closer to. And then I died. Well, it's gonna be a bit because the healers are down. Healer is down.
They reflect provoke.
What? What do you mean they reflect provoke?
The shields. The shield reflects.
Alright, don't attack anything till I've been healed. 'Cause I remember I learned that early on.
Yes.
I immediately like there. I would go immediately back into fighting after being arrived, and then just get immediately killed again because I lost the whatever the few second immunity. I just realized that they're named Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah, the previous one was the Knave of Hearts.
Crap. No, I died because I got trapped between the two, so then I got hit by them and then the thing. Ooh, I leveled up. Enhanced Pictomancy. I got whatever.
Look, more
trait
casting
or whatever.
piece.
Oh, animaming. Sweet, I got both maiming and casting. You disengage from network.
Welcome, witnesses, to we have traveled to the XIV new world. まもなくゲートが返却します。Please, touch my you. Wait to be forward.
This is what the final area of Nier Automata looked
It was
like, by the way.
Trying to understand. Here's a good army, that's all. Here we go again. Hacking 3-2. Oh yeah, I got the casting. Oh wow, I might end up getting the full set. I guess this one doesn't have accessories. This doesn't
No.
have accessories, right?
Alliance raids never do.
If I can actually click on the thing instead of clicking on people.
Look where the one dropped and get moving towards it.
I have sprint. I need to remember that. Oh jeez. What? Okay. You'll never eliminate us.
The red girl was the thing that was like the supreme evolution of machine and android. That the entire conflict was resolving towards.
Red girl. Do you really think you'd win?
We're prepared to fight to the end. Yours or ours. Don't touch the scary red.
I'm assuming that's gonna disappear soon.
No. So you'll notice black blocks got destroyed by white AoE. These are white lines. We need to be protected by white blocks. Black lines, so we need to be protected by black blocks.
Come on. I don't even know what the thing that I got for leveling up did. I'm assuming it's just increased damage or something.
It's something that won't be happening right now because you're level capped.
Oh yeah.
So there is a meteor being dropped in the center of here. Get out and get behind a wall.
I need to repaint my Moogle. And my sky.
You want to use the sky every time it's available, as soon as it's available, because that increases the party's damage too. So they're rotating.
I think I'm dead. Fight, fight, fight. You're made that way after all. What the? Okay, that was terrifying.
Yes.
What was that jump scare thing? That's just evil. Algebra is interfering with my hacking. Destroy its core. So are we just like stuck like this?
Yeah, you guys are kind of stuck at the moment, unfortunately.
What is exactly happening then? Because now I can't see what's happening.
We're doing a thing where we're basically like hacking in the near automata style hacking minigame. Because they were trying to hack us. Because right now we're data. If you are chained, she is going to be trying to pull you towards her.
I'm not, I was just revived, so...
Yeah, and that is a problem when there's a death barrier directly in front of her and in the middle of the battlefield. Also, the chain isn't always necessarily forward. I believe it is always 2 sets of spaces in the direction.
Oh crap. I need to get...
No, Delta, you were fine. That was in the middle of nothing. That was literally no chance of being a protection.
Nope. I pressed space again instead of alt. still better than shift because I can't even press that quickly.
Be in the front right.
I just went where other people
Or,
were.
nope, I guess
and
not.
I died. So I guess I just did not get. No one was able
No.
to heal me after I was revived, or was I? You'll never compare to us. I don't know. Oh no, there's a lot of people dead actually. Oh, you're probably thinking over. We've had just about enough.
No casting in this one.
Well, they're playing. We need to stop them before it's too late. Looks like this goes all the way up. Hmm.
And now the boss you refought like 5 times in your automata. One of the
Let your
fucking
voices
cores from
be
Portal. I'll be in the middle.
Just paint this because oh, there it is. Sting with me.
Out of the middle in the first one, I'll okay, be in the corners. Out of the middle on that one. Be in the corners again. Okay, be out of the middle on one of them and in the middle on the other.
Oh. Oh wait, it's not just a duplicate thing, it's an actual extra one.
Yep.
Hmm. Oh no, I am gonna die. I need to run away. Oh, dang it. Oh wait, no, so I forget, subtractive palette isn't actually on a timer, it's just uses.
Yep, it's on a gauge rather than a timer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it literally got defeated right after I used it.
Oh, you mean that case. Yeah.
Yeah, subtractive, so I have, it's just 3 uses, not,
Yeah.
it's timer. Because a lot of other things, it's a timer and amount of uses, so it's either whatever, if the timer goes out or if you use it up.
Anyway, by the way, these Seeds of Destruction
take
were a major
these things
antagonist
to
of
die and stay safe.
Drakengard.
What the hell? What the hell is that face? That is terrifying. No, stop them. What the hell is that face? It is so terrifying. Why is it so creepy, the face? What is this, an egg?
No, it is a Seed of Destruction.
The false idol. I'm not even trying to read all those numbers.
Seeds of Destruction were the primary antagonistic force in Drakengard. Not in, not near. An entirely different game series, meaning there are 3 game series that are involved in this one raid.
Oh, I can use the new emotes.
Yes, they are connected. As is Soul Calibur. And, at the rate things are going, probably Overwatch. Okay, look at the way that wheel is rotating, and don't be on the side it's rotating towards.
Oh wow, I just barely avoided that.
Watch as the orbs reach the rings. They are about to fire when they hit the ring.
Wait, so middle should be safe for a bit.
And watch the wheel. Our sage just stood in the tank buster. They made no attempt to escape it at all.
I'm surprised I haven't died yet in this fight. Oh crap. Let the light in. Where? It's all memory lies within me. With this paint and then...
Please look down. Just crank your camera straight up in the air, looking down at the ground. Don't be in line with the building. Don't be in line with the building.
You said that, and then I proceeded. You said that multiple times, and then I proceeded to keep staring at it and not doing anything.
Yeah, get out of the way of the Square Enix headquarters, please. I'm not joking. That's the Square Enix headquarters building. Now, here's one. Don't play in traffic.
Alright, so just don't be on those rain tracks. What? I wasn't even on the train tracks.
They hit all of the areas. You need to be online with the red ones.
Ew. So it was not as easy as I thought. Were you just standing between the tracks?
You see, trains are actually wider than the tracks.
Hmm.
That's a line AoE. That's middle gap AoE. Okay, you see how you have a white half and a black half?
Yeah.
Watch the AoE as it comes down and point the correct half towards it. Remember, you block the same.
Block.
Okay, this is going to knock us back. Get knocked back towards the other pillar. Now they're going to fall. Don't be crushed.
Yeah, I ran away in time. I have to repaint all the paintings. I'll alternate between a painting and an attack.
Basically, you always want to keep the painting stocked and ready to be used when it's off cooldown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I also didn't want to go super long without doing any damage, so...
No, you stop and you paint those paintings.
Okay.
Unless you know there's going to be downtime, with like the boss being untargetable. Yeah, paint those paintings as long as, you know, you're not under your,
Oh, like, yeah, like now would have been
field.
a good time. Now would have been a good
No, now would be an
to
awful
paint.
time.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Just turning around stops it.
The out of middle line.
I wasn't in it. I'm gonna use my hammer. Yeah, like I was thinking subtractive palette was like how hammer is. Because hammer is a timer, but also 3 uses.
Be in middle line. Okay. Don't play in traffic.
And I was standing in a laser. Well, I got through the first phase without dying. And proceeded, I think this is the 3rd time I've died. Yeah, I died to the building, the train, and a laser. Whatever, once I get revived, start painting.
Watch for the building.
I'm dead still.
Please commend the white mage, not the sage, just the white mage.
Well, I'm in the cutscene right now, so... Tower Paragon Bridge complete. Who? The white mage?
Yes.
You said? All right, let's
Hey, there's
see.
the casting
Aiming,
headband, which I think may have come from the first boss anyways.
Aiming, pass. Scouting, pass. Yeah. I did get it from the first one. Did not get the card. Let's see. Nope, did not get the card. Did not get that. Nope, did not get that.
Good news, I got that. I rolled neat on basically
Yeah.
all of those because they're tradable and I can give them to you, so I was giving you a second chance of winning them, basically.
Okay, got a second of the music roll. Did not get. Got the minion. And then
The
Yeah, I
second
got
minion.
both minions. I got both of the minions. And then I got something called Crack Stella Cluster.
That is exchangeable for materia.
Alright, let's see. Threat suppressed.
Okay. I'll be ducking out because I'll be voicing cutscenes again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, probably will be voicing them, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, since we already saw this, I'm going to be right back because, we gotta let this play. I thought it... How to advance the text box here? Oh, we're not going to? Fine. It was a cool raid. This does not feel like a high-speed chase. At least not at this step. All right. Now, back to BRB, hopefully. Oh, I didn't notice the tear the first time. Okay, here's where we were when we went in. Enough, you win. Just hand me over to the coppers and be done with it. So, the researcher forced you to work for him, like you did with the other fiends. That's right, told me to smash and grab the meteorites from the forest, but not what he wanted them for. All this way to nab some delinquent goon, and no leads on Kishkai or Carnelian to show for it. Not to mention my beautiful ride getting trashed. That one's on you, Hildebrand. Perhaps we can try running together next time. If you're looking for Kishkai, I know exactly where I'll be, waiting for my meteorite delivery over by the cliffs southwest of here. Why didn't you say that sooner? I bet Carnelian is there with him. It won't escape me this time. I'll leave this criminal cactuar in your custody. Fiendish appearance aside, 'tis a man's soul within, so please treat him accordingly. I mean, from everything that was described, he's just a reckless punk, not like a hardened criminal. Now, let us follow the detective to these cliffs, shall we? I must ensure these villains are served a gentleman's justice. By the way, in case you've forgotten, that weird little bug is probably the Detective Hardboiled's original assistant. That is our working theory. That or it is the Keshkai. There's the Cheesefell. Belly full, happy heart. Do you smell it? The scent of criminality is in the air. No, that's cheese. I can hear them just up ahead. Let me get the drop on them before we all go barging in. Nope, apparently Kashkai's got a body, so yeah, that's the assistant, alright. It's light. We must assume something went wrong. These meteorites will provide the perfect energy source, and I would prefer to harvest the surplus, but it's too great a risk to linger here. Freeze, mage. You so much as twitch your lips and I'll light you up. No, I've worked too hard to give up now. He's getting away. He'll keep. I've got the one I want. But don't think I'm taking you in just so you can escape. Never again. Murder is not the answer, detective. Where did Carnelian go? You almost had me. If not for this bumbling fool you tolerate. Soft as ever. You and me are done, Hildebrand. Stay out of my way. My recent inadequacies as an inspector appear to have earned the detective's ire. Was you he turned to for assistance with this case, Oneko. It is only fitting that you remain at his side for the duration. Meanwhile, Nashu and I shall persist with our independent inquiries. Bug. Sorry for the sudden exit back there, but that yolk for brains had me steaming. He only wants to help. That's the problem. His help ain't nothing but a hindrance. For the love of... I see you skulking over there, soft-boiled. Isn't this a delightful spot of serendipity? We were simply following the villain's trail, and look where we all run into each other completely by chance. Well, we were only passing through after all. We shall apprehend that mastermind with our own tried and true methodology. You shall see. Oneko, I want you on the case with me from here on out. When it comes to a proper guide beyond the dome, as well as being tougher than yours truly, no one else fits the bill. You might need to cool your heels for a bit while I work on salvaging more of the data, but Hard-Boiled always gets his files in the end. See you around. Meanwhile, elsewhere... At long last, my scheme has come to fruition. No longer must I endure the company of incompetent colleagues. All is in readiness. The replication of my brilliant mind is at hand. Never again will I be known as the Caniloca Corpus's second best. My name shall ring across the lands, carried far and wide, by an army of unrivaled geniuses. Something amusing. Oh, just the fact that you repaired a device capable of miracles, yet your plans for it are so very banal. You dare mock me? What a bore he was, now to realize a dream worthy of this marvelous technology. I hope it doesn't need to be fucking repaired, dude. Oh, shit. Poo-poo's UFO. Yep. Does this mean we'll get to see the return of Brandahild? Might we even get to see a Boiled a Hard? Detective Hard-a-Boiled, they call me. Cool and tough as a cucumber wrapped in old leather. A man who prefers his own company. Today's egg was overdone. I let the pot boil and boil. A match to my mood. They say you can't make a cracked shell whole again. Maybe it's time I smashed it completely. Cor, those are some troubling thoughts. Can anyone save Detective Hardboiled from himself? I bet the inspector can. With us on the case, a happy ending is never far away. We went an entire set of Hildebrand quests without Nashu blowing anything up. Mega... Ugh. I've never read this before. Okay, proto-alphabet. We have an image of... Okay, proto-alphabet, got... No, that's not Mega. That is... There looks to be an apostrophe there, so that could really be anything. Okay, what's the next word? That was nice. How is it stylized? Not really feeling gold saucer right now. Trying to translate this. No, is that no? solution. I guess that's 9. Do you have what the proto numbers are? Okay, so like it ends in solution 9. So the question is these first set of characters. It actually looks like a 1 followed by several exclamation marks now that I'm looking at it. Okay, that is not a G though. Weave solution 9. Like my brain wants to be, it's like got solution 9, but that can't be it. Weave. And also that is, I think, an O. Eve. No, not that. I want. What things could that last one be? Wait, hold on. Lowercase. Yeah, we've got solution 9. That's not 9, and that's. I mean, I don't know what Alexandria numerals are. Unless that's a letter. It could be a letter. Solution. A? No. You know, like that is the same. They've got. We've got solutions. So what is the... That's their slogan. We've got solutions. Is their name of their shop just also Solution 9? Yeah, I think it's just a Solution 9. We've got solutions. Okay, back into this we go. Time to continue trying to puzzle out this stuff. All right, going right this time. Okay, we're, I think, giving us the option right at the beginning. What's the matter? The damned wheels came right off. I suppose I'll be carrying my haul the rest of the way. Well, we can help with that. If we split the load, we should be able to make it in one go. Okay, so I presume I'm being given an option of helping him or fucking off. I don't know if that will be an ending brancher or just a boss mechanic brancher, but I... Okay, okay, if I'm supposed to cry it out somewhere, it's not right there. Because we established that we probably have to cry out, I am returned. Bombs. don't see anything that would particularly need to have exploded. Also, they don't appear to be in the process of attempting to explode me. So, you know, there's also... Oh, they explode at the end. Okay. That is... Making note of the fact that they do, like, an explosion on their... Yeah. It could be used for something. Welcome, welcome, the guests of honor are here at last. Okay, I see. One side is a full cleave, one side is a co. I'm not really sure. What was going on during that fight? Or during those mechanics? Double rainbow, what could it mean? How did I still get hit? I just noticed the name of this attack is going to get Nintendo's attention. Name of the move is Rainbow Road. Okay, I got double tapped there. Died because of it. Also, I still don't know what I'm supposed to be doing there. He's shutting off one of the tracks, so it's not crossing over there, but like it... I'm supposed to be going to the one that's leaving the proper line. I got double hit because both of the airships were down that path. Took me 3 times of seeing the mechanic, but I think I finally understood it. We'll see if I'm right when we do it again. Yes, that is what I was supposed to do. Okay. You know, I've never had a foe like he. Okay. All right, choice. Seaweed or beach? I want to go on the beach. Because we were told about don't eat the pearl. Where I have reached the heights. When I have reached the heights I shall come for you. I will stand upon these shores of our home once more and cry out, I am returned. Was in that secret book. And the beach would be the shores, obviously. Giant conch shell. Oh, the huge manatee. Okay, here's where the paths would reconvene, I suspect. Oh man, that looks like a great place to call something out right over there. I had a nickel for every mermaid I fought in a video game who rode her trident like it was a witch's broomstick. I'd have 2 nickels. One of them robotic. Okay, battlefield analysis. Squares. Water on the edge. Fires off lasers in order. Is this just Shiva circles with more steps? No, that... what? I am confusion. You know, the weird thing is, this is clearly a witch on the broom skeleton for the game. But, is this the first time we've ever used this enemy rig? Oh, duh, I was in a release. You don't get knockback when you enter release. So good to know that that's anti-knockable. Ah, she skips one. Oh, they didn't both break at once. It was not all at once this time. It was 2 at 1. Yeah. Okay, so Big Pearl. Obviously, this isn't a workable treasure either. Oh my, such a jewel as I have never laid eyes upon before. It shimmers with all the light of the sea. Yet such brilliance only serves to cast darker shadows upon my heart. Sell this and win your fortune. Pray forget about me and seek happiness elsewhere. Like, you know, as an actual fable, the answer would be all of the above and none of the above. Like, the merchant would bring them the jewel of the sea, the glimmering sword, a flying carpet. And each one, they would be told that, you know, this is beautiful, this is gorgeous, but it doesn't fill the void in my heart. And then they would return with, like, alone, without anything. Because the actual, you know, necessary proof of their undying love would be, you know, themselves at their truest. Oh, was that the final materia materia extraction achievement? Yeah, it is. Cool. Oh, no, not that. Variant and Criterion Dungeon Finder. Okay. You made song a song of lament, and with every heart-wrenching verse, the merchant's chest tightened like a vice. Our adversary fought as if weighed down by sorrow. Perhaps I imagined it because the genie we faced prior was so cheerful by contrast. If her crestfallen expression was merely a contrivance of the story, I cannot help but wonder at the circumstance which caused it. Stories and lore involving sea folk are not limited to Corvos. They exist the world over. Some trails portray them as dangerous creatures who bewitch people and drag them into the depths, while others depict them as friends and allies. Taking this into account, perhaps the sea maid in the manuscript might become more amenable depending on how events unfold. We could possibly even communicate and form a mutually beneficial relationship. In our battle, it seemed the sea maid controlled other sea creatures through song. This may imply her origins lie in a culture which held music in high regard. Even if we did not share a common tongue, a melody might convey our feelings properly. However, I fear neither the bodyguard nor I can sing loud enough to be heard under the water's surface. Even so, there may be a way to make a sound that reaches even the ocean floor. I mean, we did blow that giant conch. But I think this is telling us that the right path is the correct path. That probably we do something that involves calling out, I am returned. Maybe bowing to the mermaid beforehand, too. As is mentioned, that it's traditional for combatants to bow. A bow is a customary greeting, yet if we had followed polite custom, we would have been cut down in an instant. And then we get the mermaid on our side, and she ferries us to the true ending. There are usually more steps than just the two. We also haven't experienced the floating rocks area or the seaweed area or just the left side of the map. By just progressing through the city. Okay, we're going to go straight again, and this time we're going to take the rock path. Because the clues are hidden on, like, all of the paths. Not all of the paths. None of the paths have all of the clues. All of the paths are required for the clues, typically. Sometimes the path is required to reveal a clue for a clue in another path. You know, like maybe in one of these I learned that, I learn of the magnetic nature of the crystals in this area and how ancient sorcerers use that to seal away their secrets or something. And that's how I would learn to do that instead of just seeing the interactable and doing it. Okay, where do you go? Okay, you just immediately despawn. But usually it's not a case of just notice the interactable not even being noticeable otherwise. Or you being able to notice the interactable and not knowing what to do with it. For example, the guardian statues in the Japanese one. She does mention that whenever she draws near the rocks, her fur stands on end. That's just because they're magnetic, or does that mean something, mate? Wait, hold on a second. Ha-ha! That's probably just a mechanic changer. Unless this is what triggers the torches to be an option? Obviously, they're not going to be able to attempt to blow it up this time. Which is just going to be a mechanic changer effect, I would assume. Oh, this is... yeah. So I don't see why that would result in the torches being interactable. But the very fact that the move of something did interact with it was weird. And we have had torch lighting happen in one of these before. Which is partially why I was so, you know, focused on the torches to begin with. Okay. That's definitely an interactable. We do, by the way, need to get all of the paths regardless. Alright, yeah, do you guys do anything? No? Okay, so you leash either way. So she should have different mechanics this time. Not completely different, but she should have at least a different mechanic this time. Okay, so I think all that's left is your levitation mechanic. Funny enough, actually makes sense to have stayed, considering I screwed with magnetism over there. Oh, it's just straight up in melee distance. Okay. Okay. So we really didn't learn anything of note this time from the path, but we might learn something from the entry. You know, Delta, the bigger question is why they thought having Xenos' battle data in there was a good idea. Yes,
Yeah.
the epitome of loyalty and restraint.
You startled me. How long have you been sitting in there?
I've not been in voice. I've just been watching the stream while I was doing this fight. But yeah, no, seriously,
Oh.
that was just a dumb decision from them from start to finish. Like, it's the part where it's like, step one, let's use Xenos' combat data. Okay, gonna have to stop you right there. We have someone who's a little bit less currently not attempting to destroy our country.
Ready to support? I'll send for Master Garland.
Okay, so I think you have it almost unlocked, right?
We expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Valor, after it finished laying waste, the headquarters of the 7th Legion took to the sky. Though dealt massive blow to Imperial forces, I'm certain that Ellie is aboard the weapon. It must have halted before she comes to harm. And for that, I need the G warrior airships to transport it. This thing hasn't changed since your days back of your purchase for gigantic warhawk. Yeah. Well, that means the warrior has no chance to try, and I'll be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having unsurmountable towed by a ships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. It's good to see you again, Delta.
Okay, here it is. In it, the characters reach a stage which shone in rainbow hues, and we saw what looked like a stage. Remember that part where I was like, that looks like a good place to be calling out into the sea? It was built not for a king or queen, but as a ceremonial place to make an offering of friendship to a different race of people, the mermaids. If kings take pleasure in displays of martial prowess, what would pique the interests of an entirely different race? Gaining an understanding of the story's cultural background should allow you to anticipate the tales. We've established it's music. But yeah, bard can't use perform in a duty. Songbird emote is the only singing emote I know that is actually singing. There's a humming emote, but that comes from the Four Lords series.
What in the world?
That is based on a different Gundam, by the way.
Very impressed by you. May I ask what purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've got a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We come to save lives, not end them. And for that reason, the G warrior has been born. I present you the G Savior. Once again, Sid and its engineers have provided precisely what we required before we even knew ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have guys pilot while Delta handles the various armaments. Agreed. There will be little opportunity to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. The cloud deck is now accessible. Now the question is, do I do it now or save it for next time?
I mean, I'm here to help you right now.
Well then, let me just pee first if we're gonna do it. If I'm gonna do it now.
I'll be right back then as
Gibby.
well.
And I have returned.
So did you know in 1999 there was a live-action Canadian-produced Gundam movie? I only bring this up because the name of that movie was G Savior. I already accepted that, Mark Bell. Why did I think to do it there? Okay. All right.
Cloud deck.
Yeah. I was sorry, I was buying a thing with the stuff from the things that I've been doing. Those were a series of words that almost came out coherently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yep, that's definitely not going to be related to the answer. Okay, quick healer check. Nope.
Might as well equip the stuff I got. Oh, it's the flower. Mm-hmm.
So, Delta, I'll tell you something that exists within Endwalker and onwards. There are these things that are called variant dungeons. And they have multiple endings and multiple different bosses you can fight.
What? What?
And your choices you make in the dungeon matter. Except they don't. Except they do. Except they don't. Because you see, there are 3 paths you can take, and each of those 3 paths will end on one particular boss. But the mechanics that boss has will be different depending on the choices you made on those paths.
So it's just the dungeon itself, not the story.
Well, I mean, the story does play out slightly different, except it doesn't. Except it does, except it doesn't.
So is it basically like how you've played Legends Arceus, right?
Yes.
Is it basically like how at the point of the story you have to choose either to team up with Adaman or Iridia, and that just basically determines the order that you fight Dialga or Palkia
really.
in? What?
It's complicated. Let me give you an example from one of these.
No,
There is one
it's
that
still
takes...
the same.
Yeah.
It's still the same end result, but the way you get there is different.
Yes, but no. We're getting there. But here, let me give you an example. So you've done... there's one in the Kugane area. In it, there will be a point in which you need to make a makeshift bridge across this area. And there is either a... Are you aware of, like, Japanese, like, ceiling stones? You know, like, big old rocks that get these ropes and stuff tied around them to seal in a demon or something?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the demons have already broken out, so this one is, you know, no longer sealed. Your options are either to knock one of those over or are to knock a tree over. And depending on which one you do, there will be a part where, like, the boss will try to drop a bunch of boulders on you, or there will be, like, a bunch of tree ants that, like, shoot lasers across the battlefield. In the example of the one that I was currently doing, there was a part where I fought this, and this was the first boss that I'm talking on this one. Here we go. Some dude showed up and tried to make a landslide in order to take out the boss using these bombs they had. But I saw their bombs and where they kept them, and I was fighting water enemies. And I dragged a water elemental over there and hit the bombs with a water AoE, and now the bombs couldn't go off. So they threw acid flasks at it instead. And the landslide mechanic didn't happen.
Mark 1 anti-econ war mark, yeah, the diamond weapon. Certain say pinned it down with a salvo missiles. Threat detected. Returning fire.
No, this thing is from FF7. The weapons are kind of a big part of the storyline.
Doesn't really know it cannot be.
Time for my next trick. G-Savior Mark II, opening containment field. Use the teleporter to move between decks.
Access room with twin claws, mill sun, grant me your strength.
Get to the other side. Get back to the other side.
And I'm assuming I still got at least one more trial in the MSQ because I still have not fought whatever that light quiver is from. And I'm assuming that's whatever the last 0.3 boss.
This was never going to be easy. Let's see what you make of this. Forging armor, diamond weapon. Show them what you're made of. You have to keep fighting until my dream. Our dream has been realized.
Did we just all die to that? I
No,
think
just you. You were at a bad angle.
Let's paint that. And then I'll use my thing.
Raising Magitech Field. There is no escape.
Oh, dang it. I walked out and then walked back into it.
It's a good thing you didn't act immediately. Because, I saw the tank buster hit you for 0. Don't worry, guys. He's used it twice. Now he's either confused now or he'll be confused after one more use of it. Knockback from that point.
Oh, dang, no, I clicked the wrong one. I meant to click sure cast, not swift cast.
Okay, Delta, just come to it.
No. I was trying to go.
Don't panic. You need to always...
I wasn't. I just did not move fast enough.
Today we fight as one.
There's one. Can you say? Wait. It's not Xenos.
Not anymore, it isn't. That should have been kind of obvious when it was like, this one's for you, Melisande. Raccoon, I won't let your sacrifice be for nothing.
Well, I wasn't really paying attention to who was saying.
Oh, we need to get over, get over, get over, get over, get over. Over to the other side.
I almost misclicked and dashed off the side. Luckily, I caught what finger I was about to press.
I will eventually. I want Delta to get through the story first so he can actually be there and watch. But also, this game has a lot of fan service. That's going to be more than one stream. That's going to be more than 3 streams. Accessing Emerald Weapon data. This is for you, Rex. Our dream cannot end here.
The containment field won't hold. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials.
Okay, I'm gonna dip out to go back to my variant dungeon. Come on, pick left. Pick left. Left. Cool, you picked left. Okay, researching treasure just said to be a value immeasurable. Plains to the west, there lies an old abandoned palace set to house a veritable mountain of treasure. Land of Eternal Harvest. We're presented with a choice before or before the first boss, I mean. Let's go follow the fruit. Wheat rat? That can't possibly be supposed to sound like street rat, can it? In this thing that is so heavily Aladdin inspired. Okay, we have Rook over here as well. Which explains why there were only 2 cards. You know, I bet the other path would have had the genie. Because it looked like we were going down into a cave. Not. Okay, and then we ring around the rosy again into that. It was, yes, and it was also weighed down by a lot of problems in its engine because, how do I put this? They took Final Fantasy XIII's engine, and then they smashed it with a hammer a bunch of times, and then they were like, okay, this is a good engine for an MMO. You know, Final Fantasy XIII, famous for its hallways. It's definitely what we should use for an open world MMO. Satisfying death.
There was a pop sound effect. Alphonse.
That was 1% of the problem. Are those grapes? They are very grapely shaped grapes. Someone over my shoulder is delighted with the amount of fruit that has been in this. From the banana pistol to the grapes, to the apples. Okay, and here is where the cave fight would have let out. Okay, so there's the option of picking the damaged fence or going for the gate. Yes, they were. The Black Shroud was sure the same bits several times. Lanosea sure had a cave. Okay, you're misunderstanding that. You could only level one particular job for a certain amount of XP at a time. Before you needed to take a break from leveling it and then... Okay, we got ourselves some Will of the Wind. Okay, that didn't seem to actually interact with it in any way. Biblically accurate. Fire elemental. What a chore. Must you soil the floor of my paradise? Okay, battlefield analysis. Squares again. Time to wake up, you dusty things. Put those tattered threads to use. Seems the carpets do her bidding. Heavens forbid she lift a finger herself. She did lift a finger. 2 of them, actually. She snapped at the end of it. Oh no, she snapped at the beginning of it. No, it wasn't. It was very much not 11-2, which was kind of also the problem because a lot of the people playing it wanted 11-2, and it wasn't that. It was so obsessed with being different from everything that it... Oh, I see. It was so focused on being different from WoW and different from 11 that it forgot to be fun. Okay, this is definitely the mechanic from this way because it was called like the Ruby Hall or something. Shell game? Really lazy shell game. But that was just our intro, obviously. We're going to be harder this time. Riratates. I've had quite enough of you. I shall like you better set aflame. I mean, he worked with what he had, but he found that the engine was it was untenable. I'm tired of this. Go on, you frayed mats. Smother the life out of them. Trust me, I played through it. I saw it improve greatly after he took over, but I saw that the engine was just, you know, keeping it from ever reaching. I think I actually just stay here for the first two? Yeah. ever reaching beyond basic mediocrity, because it was an engine that was built for a single-player game that was already stretching its limits as it was, which is why it had to restrict the camera all the time. Definitely not the kind of thing you should retool for your, MMO. It threw the carpet in flames isn't... Ooh, hey, we got its card at least. Her card? Hey, I was right. It is a flying carpet for the final one. So obviously the carpet isn't going to be the answer either. An enchanted carpet, one that can soar the skies. I heard a tale about this once. An ancient tyrant... I didn't finish reading that. And even among the heavens I would not find what my heart desires. I implore you to sell this treasure and gain your fortune. Pray forget about me and seek happiness elsewhere. So yeah, as you can see, although 100 pages remain, you can now enter the variant dungeon, Advanced, for even greater challenge. Right, I forgot about that. That is a new thing added where you just kind of leave out the dungeon part and just boss rush it. Alright, so... do we learn anything in our new entry? Apples and grapes I sampled during our journey taste much like the ones in Old Charlene. Such conditions are ideal for both farm fun of the 5 bunch of fruit. For an intervening year since the fruits have undergone countless generations in selective breeding. This likely explains the familiar, it's a slightly different flavor. I could say what I ate within the book was something like the original stock of what we eat today. I've heard the crops grown in Corvus have changed drastically since the Garleans conquered land, meaning such old varieties might even be lost to time. Give them makes it possible to examine. Okay, that... Okay, yeah, I don't think that taught us jack or shit. I think we learned a grand total of nothing on that path. Okay. There. Yeah. Okay. That's unlocked. Let's. It is, yes. Well, let's go find someone to raid. Stay cute, everyone. Mwah.